Alright, hello everyone YouTube side, hello VOD watchers, I hope you are all doing well today. We are playing Scriptorium Master of Manuscripts, and that's just really excited. We played the demo for this a couple of weeks ago and it's so freaking good. Yasa Games, who made Inclinati, are real fun folks. They've done real cool stuff. And yeah, it'll be a really good time. So I am looking forward to getting to play this all with you. But, as always, uh, when we start a new playthrough, I like to make sure that our history hour, at the start of things, is related to what we are playing. So, today's history hour is going to be about, you guessed it, medieval marginalia. I was looking through things, and we actually genuinely have not done like a dedicated thing on medieval marginalia, despite it being a significant part of the channel's aesthetic. What happened? What happened there? Oh, Kiki. No, Kiki. Nightbot hates Kiki. Nightbot's anti-cat chat. This is so sad. Okay, so, as always, as we dive into these things, if you do have questions, do make sure you say so, because there's lots of fun stuff, going on, and it's more fun when we're all hanging out, chatting together, learning stuff together. So, we are going, I've got a couple of resources pulled up, some very pretty images pulled up, etc. So, without further ado, let's hop in. Oh, thank you, Twitch side, for the marginalia moment. Chat, you know what to do. Hey, YouTube folks, I'm sorry because the custom emotes aren't like a thing on YouTube in a useful way. But on Twitch side, all of our follower and subscriber emotes are based on historical art, especially medieval art. So you can see the suffering that's covering my face right now. A lot of that, there's some post-medieval stuff. The frog is from the 18th century. But there's a lot of stuff from medieval art as well. So look at them spam those. Oh god, you can't see anything. Oh, there's so many of them. Look at them. Seems appropriate given the topic. You're not wrong. Whee. Okie dokes. Thank you for redeeming that. I hope you're having fun with all the spamming. And yeah, let's hide them all away again. They're very good. Okay. So, when we say marginalia, it's true. The Empress of Ethiopia with a pistol is 19th century. The cats are both 19th century. The spinny cat is from modern Thailand and is 13th century. The owl is Malaysian. I don't remember when. There's good stuff there. There's good stuff there. Anyway, so let's just start by defining what the heck we mean. 19th century Burmese? Burmese. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, AC. When we say marginalia, we are typically referring to artwork found on the borders of pages of medieval manuscripts. This is not the only thing that is going on when we say marginalia, because some scholars will use marginalia to refer to sculpture pieces that are found on the border, like thresholds or corners of cathedrals or border spaces of some flavor. But typically, in modern parlance, we're referring to images drawn in the margins of medieval manuscripts. This keeps it distinct from church art, things that are found on altarpieces, triptychs, devotional panels, etc. And focuses us a little bit more heavily on weird little guys instead of on kind of dedicated scenes or full-page illustrations. That's fairly helpful, right? Because it keeps us focused on filigrees, decorative stuff, etc., rather than looking at, a full-page illustration of a saint at the start of a Bible. There's a lot of variation on these weird little guys. And I mean, just so much. Let me show you. So, even more specific than when we say, medieval art, what we'll often be thinking about is this period. Manuscript illumination between 1200 and 1350. And really, we can push it a little bit later of that. Right? Really, we can push it a lot later than that if we want. So the Getty did an illustration, or did an exhibit on this a few years ago, with just some really good guys. Does it fall into marginalia or book art piece? Isn't it inside an initial? Isn't it a historiated initial? So it's... Well, that's actually just... Is this an initial? This is an initial. So, right, when I say historiated initial, this is actually a great example of what I mean. So, in the text here, this is actually cum, right? So this is the letter C. And then they put a bunch of guys inside it. Now, I don't know what... Massacre of the Innocents. So I believe it's actually related to the text that's going on here. But there you go, right? Exactly. It tells of a real scene, typically a scene related to the text that it is positioned next to, and therefore it is storytelling. History-aided. You can have decorative initials that are simply illuminated. Like, I don't know, hey. Well, that's not illuminated because there's no gilding, but like, you can have decorated initials where there's something going on that is not figurative. Oh, there's a great example. Look at that. He's just having a good time. Look at how good of a time he's having. Lurking in there like a weirdo. So, right, oftentimes we'll include these initials with these guys. Inhabited, where there's a guy just hanging out, having a good time. Historiated, when there's a narrative going on. And decorated, right, illuminated if there's gold leaf in there. And decorated if there's nothing. Then you, within this 13th, 14th century period, that is our most famous period of stuff, you get a lot of this material too, right? You got a guy carrying some water, whole bunch of decorative leaves, whole bunch of decorative leaves, whole bunch of decorative leaves, some folks playing a game, a whole bunch of decorative leaves, a whole bunch of decorative leaves, a whole bunch of decorative leaves. And maybe sometimes you'll have like a weird dragon guy on the end. And that's great. Or, in here, this is Italian? Oh yeah, this is totally Italian. Stylistically, this is so Italian. But here down at the bottom, right, you've got a ton of initials as well. Right? So, initially, right, basically as early as the Middle Ages start, we are having really interesting marginalia being made in manuscripts. Right, one that gets really frequently celebrated are Merovingian manuscripts. Right, so before Charlemagne, right, before Charlemagne's grandparents, in Francia, so this is from the 8th century. You got weird fish guys going on. So this is basically, right, as soon as we're getting medieval manuscripts, we are already getting people drawing weird stuff. Why they're doing this is frequently not super clear. Partially, I think it's because, it's boring work, and this is a way to make it very fun. But also, there are layers of symbolism, specifically in fish motifs, in Christian contexts. Well, a fish is because the Merovingian dynasty comes from that fish monster. Yeah, totally. Yep. Right? So you may have very ancient traditional art if you have, in insular traditions, you might have sort of Celtic motives that are actually attested outside manuscript contexts coming back in. You might have religious symbolism or specific allegories that are appearing. You might have doodles for fun. You might have art introduced just to increase the status of the manuscript, etc., etc., etc. There is no single explanation for marginalia, right? So, I get asked quite frequently, like, what the heck is with these knights jousting snails? Or why are there so many rabbits? And the answer is that there almost certainly is no single answer. But like, my weird guys down there. My weird guys down there. Part of it, I think they just thought it was funny. Given that these were from a missal? Like, they're in an otherwise religious text. So, I think they're just probably because they think it's very funny. But there definitely can be social commentary, parody, specific attacks against specific groups of people, etc., all present within marginal art as well. This is a very complex subject with a lot to be said and a lot that has been said about it. The most important single source, right, if you're looking to get started in working with medieval marginalia, Michael Camille's Image on the Edge, The Margins of Medieval Art, is the book to start with. And if you have an Internet Archive account, you can just borrow it. You have to log in, but you'll have to borrow it. But this is important. This is not particularly old, 1992. But for a study of Gothic marginalia, right, this high medieval 13th, 14th, 15th century topic, this is the book to read. It will not tell you everything, but it is a really, really, really good place to start. In lieu of reading the whole thing, we have a review of it here. Medieval marginalia have always been central to discussions of meaning in medieval art, at least in part because they so fiercely resist interpretation. To dismiss their mischief as nothing more than fun and games would be a serious mistake, yet they defy our efforts to take them seriously. No less than they resist the taxonomies of a biologist, their protein hybrid forms baffle the iconographer's classifications and the style historian's rubrics. Moreover, their riotous antics mock our most hallowed cultural categories just as they subvert the sacred conventions of medieval culture. No viewer, medieval or modern, felt this power more keenly than Bernard of Clairvaux, who complained, quote, "In short, of so plentiful and astonishing a variety of contradictory forms that one would rather read in the marble than in books, and spend the whole day wondering at every single one of them, then meditating on the law of God. Bernard de Clairvaux was a complete, anti-fun, and we don't need to listen to him. In contrast, Michael Camille offers us a book that distracts and instructs us simultaneously, in part because images are given as much play as texts. Camille's pages teem with ideas that, like medieval hybrids, are protean in their inventiveness. Rather than condemning the margins of medieval art, Camille celebrates them in animated, exuberant prose, arguing in the process that their overlooked representations pose as many problems as the center that more often has riveted our attention. Not everything in this successful book is admirable or persuasive. No matter how legitimate challenge the picture Camille paints is itself a caricature. Sure. I disagree with this a little bit, but... Let's see. Discipline, coherence, without autonomy. This is not so useful as I would have hoped. For all their apparent libertinism, be it decorative or ethical, marginalia perform within the constraints of conceptions, if only by way of inversion and parody. Some craftsmen follow these conventions by rote, others with considerable liberty, but for the majority they allow for variations on specific themes, whose ostinato-like regularity can be measured by following the pages of Lillian Randall's compendium, Images in the Margins of Gothic Manuscripts. Yeah, Bernard of Clairvaux is the Knights Templar guy. Yeah, he's one of our very important Crusade sources. He's just wild. One of our sources for Urban II's 1095 speech that starts the Crusades. But he's just anti-fun across the board. Now, how unbridled they appear, marginalia formed part of a relatively stable repertory of images shared by artists and audience alike. Thus, they had social, conscious, private, and collective significance. Camille underscores their public currency by emphasizing these creatures are by no means confined to the borders of personal prayer books, hence they're hardly private in what they're doing. It keeps going for a while. Like, there's a lot. The review keeps going for a really long time. It is very much worth your time. Lillian Randall is also someone very worth your time if you are interested to study more about this. I'm going to be real. In solving the problems of medieval marginalia is wildly outside of what I'm able to do. Like, oh my god, is it so far outside of what I am able to do. And that's probably fine. People can and have spent their entire careers talking about that. That's not going to be me. That's not going to be me at all. What I can say is that, this is, on a technical level, not easy to do. Right? So let's talk about process. So let's return to our Getty Images set so that we can talk about the process of making one of these. Because these are not doodles. It's really tempting to look at something like this and go like, yep, that's a doodle, all right. Don't ask questions. I don't have answers. But when we start thinking about how you actually go about making one of these, it becomes clear that that's not a satisfactory explanation. So, in the Middle Ages, okay, let's say in 1300. Okay, average these two dates out. In 1300, manuscript production is a fairly codified, fairly specific process. So, you will be working in one of two contexts if you are making manuscripts. The first option is you are working in a monastery scriptorium. So you are in a religious center, you are trading manuscripts with other monasteries, you are producing copies of them, and then your local abbot slash bishop slash whoever is using that as a form of displayed wealth. In one of these contexts, you may kind of do the entire production in-house. You may be doing the entire production in-house. You don't have to be doing it, but you might be doing it. So you'll have one guy who's actually writing stuff out. You've got one guy who's doing the line art. And you've got one guy who's doing the actual painting. And then you've got a couple guys in-house that are doing the binding. And so from cow to book, it is all constrained in one location. The other option is that you'll be working in a workshop in a city. Right? So Paris is probably one of the manuscript production capitals in this time, though some of the free cities in the Holy Roman Empire are getting really good, and London is getting a lot better, very fast. But Paris has the best studied one, so we'll stick in Paris. Antwerp would be another really good city for this. Anyway. So you'll have one workshop they'll be purchasing parchment for all of these. You are not going from cow to parchment at the workshop. There's a different guy who's killing the cows, flaying them, removing all the hair from the skin, and then stretching the skin out to produce parchment. They will then carry that to market, where your workshops will buy them. So, when you get an order for a manuscript, you'll have one workshop who's probably led by a husband-wife duo, with then apprentices under them, will plot it out and do all the writing. At that time, you need to make sure that you have plotted out every detail. So, the fact that we have a blue letter right here had to be prepared in advance. The fact that we are going to have half a line here where you maybe want to do stuff has to be prepared in advance. The fact that the text block is going to be here to here to here and leave gigantic margins there, had to be planned in advance. Right? So you can see the ruling, which is the word used here, for all the lines that tell you where the text is going to be. And equally importantly, where the text isn't going to be. In this particular case, you can actually see they disagreed. This is a mistake. The text got written, and then the artist said, "No, screw you," and covered the bottom of the text line. Because the artists are a different workshop. Once you wrote the thing, you contracted with an art workshop where you would ship the pages to them as you finish them, and they would create the illustrations. And then they would ship it back to the first workshop, which would then fold and cut and bind the pages. Or give it, if the client didn't pay enough, give it to the client unbound as just a stack of loose sheets of parchment. And go like, there you go. Job's a good one. And then the client can get it bound and get a cover made. from someone else. So, all of this work was done, plotted out strenuously in advance, and then subjected to very human labor and inventiveness as they're going. And in fact, you can see spots where inventiveness then gets in the way. Just a little bit. Furthermore, some of these colors are not easy to get. Right? When we look at this, I mean, we've got quite a few colors going on, right? We've got a really nice blue. We've got a really nice red. We've got a yellow. And we got a brown. The brown is pretty unenthused. Like, brown's easy to make. There's lots of ways to do this. Blue, hard. Red, sometimes hard. Yellow, super easy. Right? So, all of this stuff is either done with plant or mineral inks. Right? A plant ink might be something like saffron, which was produced all over medieval Europe. It was expensive, but it wasn't that expensive. You just do that. You can just do that. It's fine. Not a big deal. White easy. Poisonous. Also orange easy. Poisonous. Actually, this orangish red ink is probably a lead orange. So that's probably, don't lick that. Right? Red can be made in a few different ways. Madder route would be kind of probably the most intuitive one. But it will tend to fade over time and turn a little bit purpley. So, they may be looking at wanting a mineral dye. What would that be? Vermilion? Yes, vermilion. Or cinnabar. Yeah. Right? White is almost certainly a lead-based pigment. Don't lick it. Blue could be indigo, could be azurite, could be cobalt, could be ultramarine or lapis lazuli. There are 4 different options. One plant one, which this... I would be shocked if this was indigo. Which gives you 3 other options, none of which are cheap. So, let's revisit, the absolute weirdo. Let's find this one. Let's use this one as an example. Let's use this one as an example. That works. So, when we think just about the oh yeah, there's one more important pigment. Gold. When we're using gold leaf, well, that's not cheap. And so, we're making things that look really weird, and then going to extreme lengths to put gold on them. So people are paying a lot of money for weird guys. That's you stepping on a Lego? The emote potential is very strong. That's also shell gold. True. That's not what this is, though. Was silver used in this era? Sometimes. Silver has a problem, which is that it tarnishes real bad. Let's see if I can find one. Let's see if I can't find a good example. That'll work. So, you can make manuscripts bright purple. And there's probably silver in this ink. And so sometimes when you look at that, some of the purple, right, some of the purple ones, the ink is really hard the word is really hard to read because it's, tarnished. Oh yeah, no. Purple manuscripts are the coolest freaking thing on the planet. And one of my medieval paleography courses, my final exam was transcribing 2 leaves of a purple Carolingian manuscript. Like how? A lot of snails died in the make of this manuscript. A lot of snails died. R.I.P. snails? Uh-huh. Tyrion purple goes crazy. So, yeah. Take me to... How dare you? I'm not reading that. I'm not finishing that sentence. That's fully your fault. So, this found it. Amazing. Hit me with that link. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. So this is what silver does in manuscripts most of the time. And this is why silver was less popular than gold for manuscripts. Because this is a big old frickin' oof. It looks amazing when it's clean and new. It just doesn't, do that for very long. The Petropolitanos Purpureos has silver text with gold nomina sacra. Yeah. Lots of them Bringing of Infinity, including just black. So, since we seem to have wandered into damage to manuscripts, let's stick with that. Medieval inks are, as a rule, highly acidic. The most common black used for text is known as oak gall ink or iron gall ink, so it's an iron crushed acorn shell with iron mixed in. Which is a very lovely brown, brown-black when it's fresh, but it's highly acidic, and so it actually burns into the parchment. And so you can actually see it, you can actually see it in this. If you look really closely, right, you can see mirrored lines of text. Here. That's because it has burned through. Right? That's the iron gall ink just literally actually burning through the other side of the page. Yep, Kieran, it's a totally reasonable assumption, but nope. Cries in Conservator. The bright side is that it's really hard to destroy medieval inks. Like, you can't accidentally smudge off a line of medieval text. So yeah, lots of the other pigments are also kind of corrosive, right? The silver ink there obviously is going to corrode as the underlying material as it tarnishes. Uh, and green, right? Verdigris will often be highly, highly corrosive to the parchment. And so you have to be careful when you're making stuff, but, that is future generations' problem. If you think that's going to stop me from making green, you've got a whole nother thing coming. In fact, right, really good example of why you want to use green. I'll give you a hint. Initially, these people were not zombies. I'll just give you that hint. These people were not cartoon zombies when they were freshly painted. There would be a second layer of stuff here. This is an underpaint. So, in order to create lifelike human skin tone in pre-modern pigment availability and theory, your underlayer needs to be green. Otherwise, everyone looks super washed out when you actually do the skin tone layer. Copper-based, yes. Probably verdigris for the actual pigment being used here. And so it has corroded through the skin tone layer, right? Either the skin tone layer has washed off, right? The red layer has washed off, or been abraded off, or it has bled through. Because it turns out skin is really freaking hard to do. Hang on, I love these guys. Hang on, wait, I love these guys. Do I understand anything about what's happening here? No. Do I love them anyway? Yes. Hey. This guy's like, this isn't even a 4-head, this is a 5-head. We're verging into 6-head territory here. Steering, that's a horrifying thought. Bree, how dare you? So, yeah. So that was a meandering ramble through things. Do I think that I said anything super coherent about this? No. Do I care? Also, no. The point is, medieval marginalia is cool. Medieval marginalia is really hard to say anything coherent about, because there is no single explanation for all of it, and the point is, we cannot just say that these are doodles. Because they are way too complicated to make in a form that is just doodles. And so, given that medieval people seem to have all had a lot of fun with them and thought that these were the coolest things ever, and really made sure that they are like, yep, we like these. Let's put these in our books of hours, our prayer books. Let's put these in our big Bibles. Let's put these in our lay manuscripts. Let's put these in our other manuscripts. Let's put these in our everything. Yeah. Now, there definitely is some marginalia that is just purely a doodle. I've seen one Scandinavian manuscript that just has a squirrel. Kind of just sketched out real quick in the corner. Alright, Niram, good luck, stab lots of people. But a lot of this stuff is trying to do something more elaborate, more significant, more important than just being a little sketch, being a little doodle done the thing for entertainment. After all, if you really need entertainment, that's where the monks writing about "ow, my hands hurt" in the corners. That's where the real entertainment's found. But right, if you need to correct a mistake, why not make it something super exciting? If you need to make an initial, why not make it a bit extra? If you need to fill out some space, may as well you do things to the best of your skill. And if you got something to say while you're doing it, go forth and do it. So, we'll be talking about plenty more medieval manuscripts here as we're going through the game. And where possible, based on the commissions, I'll be finding relevant examples of Gothic manuscripts that do the thing. And we'll be trying to do a good job at making Gothic style manuscript art. As we dive into Scriptorium, I know we are kind of we've been in the category the whole time, and so we should probably actually like do the thing. Alright? Alright. Give me just a second while we get the thing get the game booted up. And we make sure all the captures work. And then we will dive on in. It's thinking, it's thinking. I love when it sits and thinks. Maybe? Actually do the thing this time? Well, the audio is capturing, and that's very delightful. There we go! Okay, hang on. There we go, except for the part where there we don't go. There we go! So yes, this is by Yaza Games, the same folks who made Incalinati, which we had a good time with a couple of years ago. And it was awesome! Woo! The Godisi... the Godsulk Gospels? Interesting. This game is going to be very cozy. And we have so many people that we can be! We have so many people we can be. Scholastica, a bright nun, raised in a convent orphanage. She loves cats and hates sin. No sinner escapes her watchful gaze and the swift cracks of her whip. Unless you're a cat. Then she'll even forgive you for being on a book of Sister Anastasia's teachings. Unfortunately, Sister Anastasia was not so forgiving. She expelled the nun and her cat from the convent. Boniface! Folks say that they are a bastard, a victim of a misalliance. Slander. Anyway, they were raised by their adoptive grandfather. He taught them very little. At this year's St. John's Festival, their ancestor was rewarded with the highest honor. But now their adoptive grandfather has adopted a new grandchild. Time to become independent. Andreas! Ouch! What's that blinding light? Oh, it's just the perfection emanating from this man. A certain noble knight found him in a cabbage patch. When the boy grew up, he learned how to wield a sword, play the lute, and care for his hair all at the same time. Unfortunately, it didn't help him in life. In his last crusade, he lost all his fortune, so yesterday he was thrown out of the inn straight into the cabbage patch. Brother Jakob. Here's one you'd best not invite to parties. The muscles he used for smiling atrophied long ago. His knowledge and mastery of all arts are admired throughout the land. He is especially respected at his cunning in parlor games. Yesterday he was caught cheating at chess. He cheated at 9 Men's Morris too. And Miss Krakowska publicly called him a klutz. He's now hiding until they forget his humiliations. Hornwald! In childhood, he suddenly grew horns. Rejected by his peers, he decided to devote himself to poetry. He rarely lets anyone get to know him, however, his delicate soul eventually accepted the antlers. He decided to make them his pride. For years, he was so immersed in contemplating his horns that he didn't work, and thus ended up on the street completely penniless. And Joan, the 47th grandchild of Vilga the Mighty from the Northern Marches, legend says Vilga gave birth to this knight's mother while fighting a dragon. Friends describe her as warm-hearted, yet treacherous, and her gaze as shiny, yet deadly. But truly, she has a heart of gold, hidden beneath layers of armor. She longed to become a knight, but she had a knee accident yesterday. Now she wishes to devote her life to art. She's not willing to give up the stylish armor, though. No, not the horns! Oh, they're all good. Unfortunately, they're all very good. I regret to say it, but they are all very good. The armor stays on. Historically accurate nightly pull cuts. Aww. I don't want historically accurate nightly pull cuts, though. I think let's go with her. For klutziness. If we click off and then click back, good, it keeps it. So we can see what else everyone has. I mean, that's a good beard. What are your outfits? I have additional questions, actually. Nope, you know, I'm realizing I have more questions that I don't think I want the answers to. Don't let the feet spew out like this. Just don't do that. I do enjoy that they all each have their own animations. Like, it's very good. That was our guy. This is our guy from the demo. Because, you know, obviously. But I think we'll go with Joan this time. Welcome to Scriptorium! A new life full of patrons, parchment, and pigments awaits you. Now you will learn how to run the Scriptorium, create manuscripts, and satisfy customers. Let's do it. Yes, we did it last time, but let's do it this time. Choose our first client here. Uncle Reenie. I finally found you. Do you recognize me? No? No? Come on, you have to remember your beloved... uncle? No? Still nothing? Oh well. So, I'm your uncle. You gotta go. See ya. See you later, Racy. Thanks for hanging out. I've heard you've had a tough time lately, so let's help each other out and run the Scriptorium together. Here's an old self-portrait of mine. Practice basic drawing skills on it. Maybe if you look closely, you'll remember something. Move my missing body parts back to their places. I've marked the proper places on the parchment with shadows. And color my leg. Both of mine are green. Oh, don't worry if you forget what I asked you. Everything is saved in the notes. Okay. I'll try, but I really don't remember you. Nailed it. Now we need to put some colorful hair on him. Or something. We're giving you Princess Leia buns. No, you don't get a choice on the matter. Can I mirror this? Yes. You are Yoda after all. We're simply staying on vibe. Oh wait, sorry, this isn't recolorable hair. Hang on, I need to delete that one. Can I do this one instead? Oh, interesting idea for a composition. Yippee! Yippee! Oh, we have to do random other stuff. Move back a couple layers. And make this bigger! In fact, let's make it move it farther back. There we go. I'm gonna have a very good time. If you expect me to say anything super duper useful on this, you got another thing coming, but I'm gonna have a very good time. Have a shoe. We don't want those feet out. This is the internet. You can't just give away feet for free. You understand? Understand what I'm saying, Uncle? Or Uncle. Anyway, here's a sword hanging over your head. I'm sure this is completely innocuous and not at all an allegory for anything, okay? It is finished! I'm so happy I'm your uncle. That's awesome. Such talent is obvious we share the same blood. Tomorrow we'll draw you two and hang our portrait above the entrance to the Scriptorium. Yippee! Woohoo! Yay! Give me just a sec here. Sorry for the audio cutting out. I just want to get my browser window back over where it needs to go. So that way when I have to look stuff up for references, it's all convenient and easy and present. Which is better than the alternative. Okay, there we go. We have gotten some more illustrations. Complete Basil's first requirement. That's not a good achievement sign. The basilisk calls for the first thing. That seems alarming. Dear relative, I had to leave the Scriptorium urgently. Please take care of the Scriptorium properly. I'll be watching your actions from afar. I'll explain everything when I get back. Have fun, tend to the customers, remember to take care of Basil. Kiss his uncle. Basil, do I want to know? Uh-huh. Create any color using a flower from your garden. Buy something new for the Scriptorium. Yippee. Thanks, Basil. Pigment workshop. Here you can prepare pigments to color your sketches. The grinder, turtle, dragon, and rats will help you. Yes, thank you. You can use gold. You can have 2 legendary flowers growing in your garden. Use them, and one day they have pattern petals, which create pattern things. I love that. Buy a flower for the garden. Who needs money when I can have purple and white? To create a lovely, luscious pink. There we go. We have done it. That's possibly the funniest rendition of a basilisk you've ever seen. Yeah, it's a lot. This is your journal. After each completed order, your notes about the client and a copy of the parchment you made will be stored here. Yippee. We can download everything to the computer whenever we want. Isn't it a little suspicious I don't remember my uncle at all? Challenge complete! Yippee woohoo yay! Quills used to buy sketches, quills used to buy decor and other stuff. I love the loading screens. Hey you, I'm a friend of your uncle's. Who are you? Your uncle's friend. We've met before. I think. You have horns. Person can't have horns? I suppose you're completely perfect besides. What terrible manners to criticize someone's appearance. Especially when it's a client. Client? Oh no. I'll probably regret this, but how can I help? As you probably already know, your uncle is gone for a while. While he's gone, I'm supposed to make sure your joint portrait is finished. I even have your uncle's portrait from yesterday. Come on, stop staring like that. Paint yourself. I'll pay, we'll shake hands, and then... we'll aim this portrait above the door to show who legally lives here. Why do you want to pay for a portrait that will stay here? And... are you sure it's the same parchment? It smells... strange. Like sulfur? Of course it's the same one. Get off my tail and go to work. I'll wait here. So during the demo, I had a slight mistranslation. If I said our people, reading that as a noun tribus. It's actually we three. This is tres. Anyway, I need to make myself, huh? Terrible. No good, very bad. Nothing sus about that guy or his sulfur-smelling paper? No! Of course not. Why would there be something sus? You sound so, untrusting. I mean, really. Nothing bad could possibly happen. Actually, I bet if we can use this as marginal stuff. If we have just a little bit more material here, then we can go rotate. And we send that back a layer. And then we go, hey, look at that. And then we go... And then we go, hey, look at that. And then we actually select all of these and we drag them over a little bit together. And we'll disguise that by making adding one of these. Really? I got an achievement for that? I'm just making fun filigrees. Like, excuse you. And to the very back. Like, I think that actually turned out shockingly well. And then that needs to be way smaller. And then that needs to be... the same size. That goes down here, and that goes down here. True. It is an achievement all of its own, you're so right. What do I need to do? I need colorable body parts and uncolorable body parts. And then other stuff from this category. Yes, indeed. And... Obviously, we'll replace our sword scabbard with a different sword scabbard. It seems like a flawless strategy to me. Since we invested all this money in getting Wild Rose, it was an expensive buy. So I think we should just commit and use it, you know? Also, we need one of these. Oh yeah, what are you doing there? What are you doing there? Then I need another hand. Give me another armored hand. Or in lieu of that, give me another unarmored hand? I can do another unarmored hand. Nope. 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 Oh, none of those worked. I guess this is in the uncolorable ones? No. Then I need my knife. I need my quill and my knife. What else have we got? I have, yep. Yep. Need food and drink in this. Beans! Have a crown of beans. No, well that brought your arm with you. That's not where that's supposed to go. I'm annoyed that he's here, because it means I can't drag my stuff conveniently around. And I have to rearrange it all manually. Fine, we'll just delete this one. Why are there no why is there an ass face? There's also knee faces? Because he's a demon. Everyone knows demons have ass faces. Like, that's just basic rules. If you can't remember that, that's on you. Okay, well. That gets us good enough. That gets us good enough. We'll keep trying to ignore my scribbles. Nobis tribus hic habitare licet. It is permitted for the three of us to live here. Oh boy. Nothing bad will happen from this demonic contract that we're about to say yip, yeah, woohoo, yay, yippee, well, yay, about. Wow, it's like the devil himself gave you talent. Don't say that. Look, that's just rude. Yeah, we just made a deal. I'm in the portrait with you, so I'm part of the family and I can live here with you. Call me Uncle too. Or don't. Call me by my name. Yippee! Someone's decided to place this sweet kitten in your care. Yay! Yay! We've got a kitten! And can get you quickly visited by your local parish priest. And bishop. I tricked you! That was an act of consent to eternal residence! Since we already agreed that we want me to live with you permanently, there's a few things you should know about me. I like selling. I have good stuff and I can teach you some tricks. If you're looking to spend some quills, visit the sketch shop. Maybe I can give you a discount. All but items go into our backpack. I know what's important. Yes, I just spent all of my money on a cat. But like, come on. You act like you wouldn't do the same thing. cool cats. Yay! Learn 5 new sketches or melt a gold bar. Called having priorities. That's my opinion. Hi, Jans. We pay in quills. We should have 255 of them. I mean... Look, there's a lot of very good things in here. But... like I couldn't not. Oh, that's a very good hat, see? Those are some very good hats. Shoes. Fun bows. Knight's armor. I need hands. Sell me useful hands. Those are too heavily gauntleted. Fabrics we have. Some of. We need more of. Weapons? Architecture. What have we got? What can we do as far as towers go? That and that. Perfect. When we get the snail to honor to the snail's lost purple parchment, we can certainly look at getting snails. Hit me with a snail! Animals, where are you? Food, nature, heaven, hell, backgrounds. Backgrounds? Decorations. A maniculum! I mean, we have to get a maniculum. Animals and weird beasts. Oh, look at that hedgehog. Oh, look at that hedgehog there. And that frog. There's so many good animals here. I mean... where's snails? Give me... I see rabbits. I see scrungly guys. See frogs. I see birds. I see ants. I see a crab. There's no snail. There's a snail. Phew. Problem solved. Problem solved. We found a snail. We're back in it. Let's go. We have options. Draw a dog in royal clothes. Swords! A fluttering of flags, the clash of arms. Will you draw something nice for my daughter? I'd love to. A poor picture. We shall receive no money. But that's okay, we don't need to eat anyway. I found a piece of parchment on the pavement. It's a bit sticky, but it looks decent, so I scrounged around and saved up a few coins for a present for my daughter. Can you draw something pretty on it? It's not the cleanest. What should I draw? I was thinking about a nice picture she could hang on the wall. Oh, I always forget I don't have a home anymore, so shall I wear it under her hat? Oh, what happened to your house? May hell consume the king and queen. Our house blocked the queen's view of the public latrines. So that scoundrel the king, to spite his wife, demolished our sweet home. Instead of helping us, the queen ordered the destruction of the latrines our family ran. And so we were left homeless and jobless. Anyway, Mary likes nature, especially rabbits. Draw lots of them. Makes sense. Now we need to start with our very important things. Chat. Chat, this is not a drill. Chat, they're here. Let's go! Okay, do we have a ladder? Wait, this is important. Do we have a ladder? Chat, it's happening! Chat, this was very important. You'll understand that I needed to drop everything instantaneously in order to accomplish that, right? I love that doing random filigrees that doesn't even have, like, the request is already getting me a huge amount of the way towards success and fame and fortune and glory. Like, I'm not even doing anything. I'm just making fun stuff on the borders. Snail rant, please. Oh gosh, do we actually have useful things here? Medieval, marginalia, snail, Lillian, Randall. So, guess what, chat? There's an entire article by Lillian Randall from 1962 on the marginalia. Towards the end of the 13th century, there emerged in the borders of North French illuminated manuscript motives whose meaning and origin have not yet been clarified. The most effective man combating a snail. Appearing a few years later in Flemish and English martial illumination, the theme and variants thereof were represented with notable frequency throughout the first quarter of the 14th century. Its humorous and satirical implications, perfectly adapted to the spirit of Gothic drollerie, do not suffice to explain its popularity, particularly since its introduction into the margins marked the beginning of an artistic tradition which persisted throughout the Middle Ages. Most of the ones talked about here are around 1300. Three are Flemish, three are English, one is North French, among the 310 to 325, reflecting a waning of interest in the motive, particularly in France. These manuscripts include psalters, some books of psalms, hours, prayer books, breviaries, different prayer books, pontificals, and decretals, as well as a Lancelot du Lac, a Tristam, and a Recueil de Poésie Morale, range in artistic quality from provincial works with limited ornamentation to superb productions with elaborate marginal programs. Do the PDF! Aww. But what if I wanted... But what if I wanted it? Man, I forgot I was still in school last time, and so I'm a UChicago alum, and so I just had access. This is so sad. Fine. Oh, well, this is in Spanish. Well, that's so helpful. I probably should have predicted that, but, yeah. Send me a link. I'll also just check real quick if it's on JSTOR. Oh, I've got it on JSTOR. Hang on. Cars? Alright, let's try this a second time. But with feeling. And, drink it. There we go. Okay. So, this is the sort of thing that is being talked about. This specific scene, where there is a knight jousting a snail. And a knight jousting a snail. And, I mean, that's not really a knight jousting a snail so much as that is a snail absolutely munching on a knight. A knight with mace or sword confronting a snail whose horns are extended and pointed like arrows. Equally frequent as the adversary is a man in a short tunic, bearing axe, spear, sword, or slingshot. In one instance, there's a new woman with a spear and shield. Numerous scenes of a knight dropping a sword or kneeling submissively before his main foe accent the satirical implications, as do several representations of women beseeching a knight not to attack the formidable beast. Indeed. Many examples. Snail combat gradually disappeared, but revived once more in the 15th century. So, here depicted as tailing a large snail reposed on a grape leaf. While the principal connotation of the motive appears to be the derision or exemplification of human cowardice, other interpretations have been proposed. Perhaps the earliest is that of the Comte de Bastac, who turned the emergence of the snail from its shell. Swarma relative à la resurrection, finding an archer shooting a snail depicted on the same page as a miniature of the raising of Lazarus. While this hypothesis deserves consideration, it must be guarded somewhat warily. In view of another elucidation in the same article describing symbolic significance to a grotesque. Anyway. Illustration of the state's apotheosis, but they're also just marginal decoration. Another reason was proposed here, which cited the snail's veracity in the vineyard as an explanation for its universal unpopularity. So we've got the idea of it being cowardice, a symbol of the resurrection, and snails as pests. And Reviewing the principal attributes of the snail throughout the ages in an attempt to define its connotation to the medieval period, one finds society as an example of exaggerated mistrust in classical antiquity for carrying its house on its back for fear of thieves. It's also equated with the moon, is endowed with mystical significance related to the theory of resurrection, based on the quantity of snail shells discovered in the vicinity of Merovingian tombs. For crawling on its stomach, the snail was termed a coward and a parasite. For its illusory strength with its shell, it was thoroughly despised. Blah, 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 blah. French drill sign, the snail is the strongest creature in the world. When established as the symbol of illusory courage, the snail became a creature to be hunted down and destroyed. Popular literature, the Sea of Persecution, can be followed from the Roman de Renard to Mother Goose rhyme. 420 tailors went to kill a snail. Yep, this article has everything. Lillian Randall's awesome. So, I mean, there's a lot. There's so many explanations proposed throughout this. Right. By 1230, Odifredo's complaint against the filing of university walls confirms that by 1230 the snail had become an established vehicle in university circles for French ridicule of Italians. What you're gathering is you need to draw some snails. I mean, you should always draw snails. That's neither here nor there. With the exception of John Salisbury, his historical and scholarly texts noted above allude specifically to Lombards in their mention of the snail legend. The same is true in the other major group of literary sources containing references to the tale. In fact, from the middle of the 12th century on, Lombards are cited as prototypes of non-chivalrous comportement in general. Also, the Roman de Thebes, composed shortly before 1150, the courage of a well-outfitted knight is emphasized by the following comparison. Naturally, Lillian Randall does not translate the French. So, in this version, a simple Lombard peasant is nonplussed encountering a heavily armed snail, horned and well fortified. While the gods encourage him to fight the beast with promises of great rewards, his wife, appalled by her husband's recklessness, pleads with him for her sake and the children's not to embark on such a dangerous mission which neither Hercules nor Achilles nor Hector would have dared undertake. Despite her entreaties, the peasant follows the god's advice and destroys the monster with his spear. A suitable reward for this feat, says the author, must be decided upon by lawyers. So, right, saying quite clearly, in France, there is anti-Lombard sentiment early in the Middle Ages, represented by snails. Now, one does need to note here, a lot of this material is 1100s, 1200s. Though it still remains to be determined whether the rash of marginal snail combat between 1290 and 1325 was motivated by the history references between 1150 and 1325, or whether the marginal motive was created independent. The answers to all three questions may be sought in development outside of these spheres, namely the establishment of Lombard usurers and pawnbrokers throughout northern Europe in the course of the 1200s. So, yeah. Randall largely interprets this motive as making fun of the Lombards, with also just an extra philosophical layer of commentary on cowardice. And on the idea of the knight, the heavily armed knight, who does not live up to chivalric virtue, as being strong only in appearance, much like a snail, who is just hiding in its shell all along. But man, look at that guy. Regardless of the reason, look at that guy. So there you go. Strong outside, very squishy inside. Okay, so now that we've created this wonderful marginal scene, why do you think this hair is so distressed? I mean, it's clearly because there's a... Another snail! It's obvious. Like a chocolate chip cookie. Now I want a chocolate chip cookie. Now wait a minute. Wait, I've got a great idea. I will take no feedback at this time. I am simply so good at this. What? Oh, that's not bigger. Bigger! Smaller. Stress from a tiny cow on our head, exactly. And where's our greenery? And other greenery. Oh, that's big. Too big. And I need a row of trees in the background. Because how else are we supposed to know that this is supposed to be idyllic and lush and pleasant if we do not have simply so many trees? You know? And go to the back. Okay, I feel like this is still missing something. Hmm. Hmm. I solved it. The bunnies were insufficiently sacred. Bunny halos? I don't think we can do halos, but we could definitely do wings. Hey. And then we go rotate. And then we go shrink. That goes over here. And then that gets sent back behind all of this. This needs to be brought up. And all these need to be brought up. Hey. And shrink. Oh, and go back up. Go get bigger again. There we go. Is that a papal hat or here? It's the roof building. Wait, this is better. Wait. There we go. Draw rabbits for Little Mary. We need more rabbits. Chat, we are insufficiently unrabbited. It's very sad. And a weapon. I mean, it's got to have a weapon. And bat wings. A jackalope with wings. Mm-hmm. There we go. Look at that glorious battle. Also, 60 out of 15 sketches. It is finished. The stains, they're so pretty. I think we're very good at this. Harry will be so happy. She once had a rabbit just like that. It's a shame we had to eat it. This was in the package. More bunnies! A pink bunny. That's what I'm saying. Oh. Basil, what have we got? Challenge complete. Create the color green by combining non-green flowers. Is that supposed to be difficult? Pigment Workshop, it's time to do our thing. Let us wash out. Thank you. Now I need a yellow. And a blue. And a grind. Yippee woohoo, yay! There we are, we've made green again. Now, let us wash out this. Because I wish to make improvements. Oh, right. And we'll do that. Oh. That's not eligible? Okay. Fine. Be that way. Oh, is it just I can only make one color? I guess I can only make one color. I can't make everything shiny. So we'll just make a shiny purple. Shiny purple! It's important. You must understand. Oh, these are all sketches. I don't want sketches. I want to buy another shell. Love to buy another shell. Nope, those are burgundy and pinks. Those aren't helpful. So let's try this again. On to the next. The dog's new clothes. It's a turtle. The shell creature's a turtle. King Devlin commissioned me to write a book of love poetry. Of course, as any king does, he has his own whims. On the parchment next to the poem, there must be a dog, and it can't be naked. But a dog is never naked, it has fur. Explain that to the king. Instead of dealing with the king and his problems, he's playing dress up. I miss the previous king. He was much better at ruling. Did you try to convince the king that something else with the poem? Yes, but he's starting to get upset, and I can't lose this job. I have children to support. I need money for my own book. I see. Then let's get to work pleasing the king. How should the dog be dressed? Royally. You'll need to create 3 outfits. Royal informal, royal ceremonial, and royal pajamas. Yes, indeed. Let's see. Obviously. Here's the booties. We give the dog little tiny booties? Royal Jim Jams. Very Arthur Dent, right? We'll let him wear braids, because that's... I can't think of anything less formal than going around in braids. You know? And... I feel weirdly, you know... Oh... I feel extremely unconvinced on many of these things. I don't have a ton. Let's take a look at our clothing. Let's take a look at what we can do in clothing. Because I'm not adoring any of these. You know? So that will help us. We need sleevey bits. Sleevey bit, sleevey bit. Shirts. Shirts are important. Buy 25 sketches, thank you. Now these fashions are not the most fashionable fashions that I've ever seen. They're okay. We got some good instincts. But, like, I'm going to be real. We could need a lot more. We could get away with a lot more here if we were... Yes, that shan't quite get us sorted, will it? And then we send that back a couple layers. There we go. You can't even tell. Now we just need to appropriately color these. Purest white. With a sufficiently royally red. Maybe we'll leave the brays. Maybe we'll leave the brays for the pajamas. You know? Those are peasant clothes. It seems reasonable to me, yeah? Nailed it. I've done nothing and it's worked perfectly. And then we send that down a layer. Oh, too many layers. Mostly I just want this... There's this little guy right there that I want to be shiny purple. I want this to be shiny purple. And where else? What's next? We shall mirror that, and we shall make it larger. Down a layer, down a layer, down a layer. Beautiful. And again, you must have a drawstring. It would look very weird if you didn't. And I still need good sleeves. I still need good sleeves here. Perfect. We're cooking, chat. Mirror that goes there. Everyone knows it's not right unless if you trip over your own. The fancier and longer your trousers are, the more likely you are to trip over them, the better off we are. You know? And now we need shoes. Now then, give me shoes. And we'll rotate that. We'll just make that bigger. Another shoe. I'll get flipped. Aren't these very good? I am just freaking delighted. This game is a real treat. Royal Informal. Now, let's see if we need something else. We need just a little bit more. Right? I feel like we're like one thing short. Beautiful. Fabulous. Perfect. No no's. Anyway. Now we go into our nature category. And we shall find things that shall trace the edges. Since we have this weird awkward scrap of design, we shall simply have to work around the edges. Very carefully. Very conscientiously. With a keen eye to our own well-being. Incredible. I love that the fact that I'm just drawing like things on the borders is sufficient to create for it to be like, yep, you're very good at this. It's like, I'm not even doing anything, y'all. I'm just making a fun border design. So if I know anything about anything, so I want there to be a fun border design. Oh hey, it's a bone. Other design elements. I mean, besides snails. We know we have snails. That part was a given. Okay. What else have we got? That'll work. Nope. Well, that'll work if I actually remember to place it. There we go. Food and drink now. We shall have bread and an egg. Wait, this is delightful. Wait, hang on. I didn't see the vision. I was a fool, chat. I did not understand the vision of what they were aiming for with this weird scrap of parchment. I understand now. That is gorgeous. That is so delightful. Heart-shaped books are so cool, and it makes sense for love poetry. This is in a kind of odd hand for love poetry, but maybe add more bones? Sounds fake. Why would we need to do that? Yay! You are a genius! It looks so silly, but so good. Excellent job. It's a shame the king doesn't take his duties as seriously as you do. A new level! We have received. The Guild of Assassins and Joybusters has heard of you. They don't like you writing such colorful manuscripts. Life is meant to be grey and dreary. Next time use this black flower to darken your pigments. Oh. Dogs! This is just great. This is just great. Melt a gold bar, challenge complete. Mystery, complete the color green. Come back tomorrow to see more challenges. Well. Do we have another new shell slot unlocked, but we don't have shells for... Wait. There we go. I was like, we don't have more shells, and then it's like, wait, yes we do. Ah, the shiny purple is... The shiny purple's no good anymore. So... Yes, obviously the gold plus stuff does things. I figured that out. Turtle! Go! We have made a new color. Bloody red. Instead of coarse red. What if we made a blue and a purple? And a white? Aww. Blue and a purple and a yellow? Aww. Fine. We made lilac! Okay, it says heather, but I say lilac. And what else have we got? Dragons! Or we have a mystery box. Stains, holes, and even animal footprints. But they cost money, which we are not exactly known for having right now. You know? You know what I mean? I've got many things, but not that. With one of them, because I do love me some borders. Put me with one of them and a one of them. And now we're back into it with... Oh. All sorts of things. Retired knight. Sharpen thy quill and draw a beast. Doesn't give me a lot of cash. Wait, hang on. Sir, I understand, but I need cash. That gives you a lot of cash. It gives me a lot of cash. Let's try this again. Look, it's me on this page and this one. Beautiful, isn't it? Your predecessor agreed once started painting this book, but suddenly he stopped and threw me out the scriptorium along with the manuscript. You finished the work. Green. Predecessor. Why did he throw you out of the scriptorium? Out of jealousy of my appearance? Or because he never had an interesting adventure himself, perhaps? Mumbled something about a devil in human skin, but I wasn't listening. Oh well, what should I paint? A story about me in my glory days, and about our magnificent king. The very beginning of our acquaintance was epic. Imagine this. Heat pours from the sky. I stand alone, surrounded only by sand and dry bushes. The only sound is the rumbling in my stomach. Suddenly, a huge monster stands before me. Like a man, but not a man. A giant head without a body. Can you believe it? We fought for ages, and when I defeated him, I saw a hand sticking out of his mouth. I pulled it out, and that's how I pulled out the king. Fascinating. A most fascinating claim. Look, we gotta glam you up a little bit, dude, though. Like, you can't be having a regular old rope belt. That's just not how this works. Just not. You shall have a tiny axe. There you go. That's all you need. You need one minuscule axe. And a much larger shield. Oh, a saffron tunic, though it was established in the previous stream there aren't really yellow knights. Yeah! I mean, we could recolor him, I think. Nope, we can't recolor him. We'd have to put something on over the top of him. Luckily, I have that power. Sort of. It seems that the surcoat is a higher layer than the... The surcoat's a higher layer than the arm, which means I cannot manipulate him quite so much. At least without putting another surcoat on. Hang on. No, that way that's the opposite problem. I'd have to put another arm on. He gets a cool headband that flaps ever so much in the wind. Okay, now we need this monster. Like, we've got the option for hell. Large stone head with horns. A large mouth full of sharp fangs and a long tongue. Well, we need horns added to our guy. To our hellmouth. Where shall I find me some horns? We also need the very important thing of, you know, this is all a theatrical production. We must lampshade that, somehow. Well, you have given me so many options that I'm going to probably ignore in the pursuit of tiny horns. Oh, look at how tiny those horns are. And they're purple. Okay, what else can we add? Let's give it scary eyes. You know? Let's give it scary eyes. Because right now it's got kind of cute eyes. So let's give them angry eyebrows. Even more teeth. Yes, that's right, even more teeth. This is fun. Chomp chomp. Exactly. It's just a little bit insufficient in its teeth counts. And I need more. I need them to be climbing up here. Perfect. It just wouldn't be right, you know? It just wouldn't be right to not have them. There we go. You know what? Oh yeah, what's this question mark? I don't know I'd save the king. He had a specific piece of clothing. Yes, indeed. And we need just a couple more things there. Well, hello! Tobias Weatherburn VA, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, everyone. How you doing, raiders? There you go. You're playing Tomodachi Live. Well, how are you doing, friends? Welcome on in. To all the raiders, my name's Adam. I'm a museum curator as my day job, but I have degrees in medieval studies, which means we play a lot of medieval-flavored games. So, if you like talking, chat, and history, doing all sorts of historical, narrative-driven games, this is a great spot for you. So if you got a raid and run, totally understand, but thanks so much for bringing your folks over. Yeah, hope you have a good time. Oh yeah, right, we were just doing Legends of the Round Table, which is a game by a French studio that's like easily the most faithful Arthuriana game that has ever been created, which is very awesome. And so we were talking about, like, Cola Cadolwyn and other such Welsh stories as part of that. Though the game didn't talk about it, I insisted, so heck yeah. This sounds great. Well, awesome. Right now we're playing Scriptorium Master of Manuscripts, which is basically just... Oh, hang on. There we go. It's basically just draw your own medieval marginalia scenes, and it's glorious. It's absolutely magnificent. And now we go flip. We go in big and... Does the marginalia differ from the illumination? So strictly speaking, illumination requires gold leaf. If you did not use gold leaf, you did not create an illuminated thing. You just created a thing. I need even more nature scenes. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that. That should help. And that needs angry eyes. It needs angry eyes again. Just because it's been killed does not mean that we cannot possibly not give it angry eyes. And teeny tiny horns. Look, the teeny tiny horns matter a lot. Teeny tiny horns? How are you supposed to know it's the same beast if I don't do that? Complete. And so yeah, this is very chill, very cozy. We've gone to talk about snails and why we have snails all over medieval art. And we've gone to draw a whole bunch of rabbits. And have a very good time together. Yay! This game is very good. Oh, I didn't want to export it. Thanks to you, the whole world will know I saved and brought to our kingdom the best king in history. Yeah, UC might be the only guy who thinks that, bro. We have also... I have additional questions, actually. If he was honest, he'd be out of a job. Fair point. Wash 5 shells, submit an order with your own short text. Huh. At least one color to a palette that was a result of combining gold with the flower. Well, let's buy ourselves another shell. Then let's wash out some of the colors that we're really not using. Like, who uses white? Who uses regular blue? Who uses regular green? We have plenty of things. We'll wash out all of our basic colors, and we'll just get real silly with it. So if I do that and that, and then we take this, we take our turtle, and we go, ah! And we come up with sad gray. And then we will melt some gold. And we will combine gold with... What if we did gold and black? Ah. Wait, that's awesome. Wait, that looks gorgeous. Then we do yellow and that, and oh, and we do that, so we get orange. Right? Shiny black ink. It's very exciting. We've already done... Let's just get regular blue. Let's just get plain old boring, No. Baby blue. I want baby blue. And then we go purple and we go yellow. I have no idea what color purple and yellow comes out as. That maybe was not my best decision. Wasn't great, actually. Why is that such an alarming color? That was such an alarming color. I don't know. I don't know what I was smoking. Mystery box. Ooh. We've gotten very silly, weird stuff. Assuming illuminations are official, no Palette Necromancer. That is a very reasonable assumption to make. It just happens to not be correct. Right? So, marginalia are illustrations that occur in the margins. What that means is that, these? Marginalia. These? Marginalia. All of this? Marginalia. Technically speaking, these? Marginalia. These? Marginalia. Right, well, you can certainly have marginalia that are more like notebook doodles. There is no overlap between official, unofficial, commissioned, uncommissioned, when we are discussing marginalia as a phenomenon. Right, those not super meaningful as a distinction, outside of the context of case studies of singular manuscripts. So, illumination is just, it has gold leaf. So marginalia with gold leaf is an illumination. And a central drawing that does not have gold leaf is not an illumination. Are you keeping the queen waiting? I gotta ask. I mean, I gotta ask. Frog. You know, if I'm going to draw a manuscript to you, you have to say something. I saw the perfect bed recently. I want it. It was perfect. It had wheels. A wooden bird. Bells as subtle as a last breath. And what else? Big, small, with a canopy, without? Big, with a canopy. I sketched the elements I remembered. Draw it, then I'll order a copy from a carpenter. Phenomenal. Wheels! We need more wheel than that. And this has to be what the client ordered. Client wishes only. Okie dokie. Don't know how this is supposed to work, but we'll certainly try. I don't think I see the vision. Chat, I'm not sure I see the vision. It may not be my job to see the vision, though. I'm gonna be honest. It's a bed with wheels and a sail. It's not a bed with wheels and a sail. We shall mirror that. Also, there's no there's currently no mattress. I'm just going to observe that part. There seems to be a suspicious lack of bed on this bed. We gotta make this comfier, chat. This won't do whatsoever. Changes up the game format a lot. Like, actually, really subtle, really small thing to change. One that does make a huge difference. Is it a bed since it has wheels and no mattress? That's what I'm... That's a fair question. Like, how else are you supposed to determine the nobleness of your poverty? If you lack... If you live in comfort all the time. You know what I'm saying? And having a canopy, we need to actually have a canopy. That's starting to look cozier. Don't you agree, chat? Isn't that looking so much cozier? Huh, it was something like that. Well, we're not here for something like that. We're here for exactly like that. Now let me finish cooking. We'll get you your mattress. We'll get you your bed. Okay? That doesn't seem like it works at all. We're really just gonna pile everything up on this bed in just real classic fashion. Also, this clearly is not where that goes. I don't really have a sense of where I feel like this should go, but clearly that's not the right spot. How about out of sight, out of mind? How about it goes just, like, not here? That seems like a good solution. Could the plank be used to make a bunk bed? I mean, kinda, sorta. And we'll have put a shield on it. There we go. Yup. Turn that all the way around. And another pillow. Well, you must be at least as large as the other pillow. There we go. There's our sleepiness. And it is perfect. And it shall be good. It is finished. Deadly perfection. You say deadly. I'm just saying. Bye. You say... Hang on, you said deadly. Okay, bye. I didn't even get to use my shiny black ink. Man. Man. My black ink's no good anymore. Why have you done this to me? Now I have to spend money to make shiny black ink again. I want to see how it looks. Okay, let's try this again. I need to inspire my sister. Arthur, where art thou? Lady Lucerne, what have you got for me? You have your... Okay, but she's... How about... Who gives me a lot of money? You give me a lot of money. I need money! If I'm going to use my shiny black ink... This is an order from the Queen herself. I hope you will not disappoint your Majesty. Change this parchment to a proclamation of the bathing pad. It's for everyone, no exceptions. This is terrible. Everyone enjoys bathing. Why would we stop it? Because the king also developed a fondness for bathing and now constantly imposes himself on his subjects. He joins everyone bathing. Can you imagine how stressful and tiring this is for ordinary subjects? The king doesn't deserve such pleasures. You're right, I do prefer being in the bathtub without the king, but will he listen? He's the king. He doesn't have a choice. The queen's responsible for the kingdom's hygiene. Despite their mutual hatred, the king and queen abide by each other's decrees. As for the job, add warning text, redraw the image to make the prohibition clear, remove the subjects from the water, and display the punishment awaiting those who break the ban. And for those who think it's too cruel, throw an alternative to water bathing. And when to avoid making the subject sad, you can make the water less inviting for bathing. That was quite a lot, huh? Write some text. How... Text. Begin thy text? Okay, but like, we need a different font. What is this font? Alright. Uh-huh. Okay, back to drawing. There! Yep. Oh, yes. They are making the most interesting choices. Take the inhabitants of the kingdom out of the water. Get rotated, nerd. It must look regal. I don't suppose the rat counts as a... Aw, the rat can't even be in the water. What do you mean the rat can't even be in the water? Alright, where's our free colorable ones? I need a shiny black hellmouth. I need it in shiny black. Oh. Need it in shiny black. Because, like, if we got shiny black, let's use shiny black. And then heavenliness? Oh, do I not have heavenliness? I don't have heavenliness right now. Why do I not have heaven? Hmm. Oh well. Get burned! Yes, the punishment for this is burning at the stake. No, you do not get a choice in the matter. Don't ask questions. I make the rules here. We gotta put a lot of effort into this bonfire, though. You know, we gotta pad out our numbers somehow. Decorative elements. Sorry, my physician said I shouldn't be burned at the stake. It's bad for my health. I don't care. Right, there's... Getting burned at the stake builds character. Oh, yes! Yes, indeed, chat. The queen has a pet rat now. A pet worthy of royalty, that's what I'm saying. It would be so cute to try. Oh, skulking around carrying messages of mutual hatred to all of thy enemies' walls. It would be perfect. Anyway, chat, just to make sure that everyone knows what the consequence is. We shall inform everyone most vigorously about it. Now, we simply need... We need things that really sell the night sky and the shininess of it. You know, since if we invested in premium ink, we really need to make sure we're valuing it. I'm not persuaded that we've done that yet. I'm not seeing necessarily a ton of the super shiny, super high value. Oh well, nothing a row of mouths won't fix. What do you mean, try harder? You're making this difficult for no reason. I have done nothing except make it look foul. Which I thought was the entire point. It seemed to me that that was the point. Let's see. Nope. I think I've killed it. I think I've done a perfect job. We are more talented than I thought. Nice work, it makes me want to take a bath. I thought the point was to make it want you to not take a bath. Wasn't that the entire point? Wasn't like everything we did to try and say, hey, you don't need to take a bath? Nice rave. Well, a job for the royal court? I'm so proud. They never came to me. I'd love to help you with this order, but unfortunately I have to stay where I am for a while longer. I'd love to tell you again about my trip, but I can't. Top secret. Take out the Scriptorium and don't neglect Basil. He thrives on challenges. Hugs, Uncle. Yay! Submit an order with 5 apes. Mystery, keep your hands clean. Place a furniture item that will help with this. Indeed. A furniture item that shall help with cleanliness, you say. You sure that will help with cleanliness versus will help with, pets? Like, I'd much rather. I'd much sooner say let me get one that helps with pets. Alright, you have to pick up your sister from the airport. Well, I hope you have a lovely time with it. I hope it is nice to have family in town. And I hope airport traffic treats you kindly. A brown flower. And a mint infusion or a pinkish red. We'll do a pinkish red. Ah, she lives here coming back from a work thing in Mexico. Well, that's fun. Arthur, where are... Okay, I mean, I gotta see where Arthur is. I gotta see where Arthur is. Who is your Arthur? Woodcutter Wolf. My little Arthur is lost and I want to announce that if anyone finds him, I'll pay for his return. A lot. Oh, I'm sorry, sure, I'll get to work on the ad now. What does Arthur look like? Well, I've already drawn it here. Now I want to add a frame, like the rich people have, so people will be more willing to look. He's a very unusual boy. Boy, he's a snail! My beloved snail, Arthur. Brave, and he's so strong. Though someone approaches our house with malicious intent, he makes num num. And that's it. Oh. So try the framing. You say the snail doesn't look like a snail, so maybe fix it so it looks more like a snail? Point him back to me. God bless Arthur the snail. Beautiful. No notes. I mean, clearly the solution is to have a whole set of snails. Snarther? No! What have we done? Not the Snarther. Oh. And decorative elements. Nope. Frame elements? Frame elements. There we go. Arthur is a blue head. Oh. Why did I read that out loud? I was doing so good. I was having a good day. Everything was going to be fine. And then I had to read it out loud. Why can we not simply forget about Sonic and the Black Knight? It would be better. It would be better for us all. And yet you insist on reminding me of those horrors. And then we go, okay. Do. We add random leaf elements. We add random other leaf elements. We go down. Beautiful. Beautiful. And we'll add one of these. Go a little bit bigger. Done this way. And then we'll do that, and we'll go this way. Fantastic. And then we go into our decorations again. No. Yes. No. We'll flip, and we go flip the other way. Well, that's not right. We need to have this go inside there. Need to have this go inside there. There we go. We're starting to figure it out. But it's so funny. Oh. I mean, you're not wrong, but like, you didn't have to say it. God, he's so cool. Like, how could you not absolutely adore this guy? He's missing a shoe, though, so we're going to fix that. Maybe we're going to color match your shoes, kind of. This is, I believe, a real guy. Pretty sure this is from a real medieval manuscript. And they were just like, what if we got when... Hey, look at this guy. Have you seen this, man? Chat, have you seen this man? And by man, I do mean he is a snail. Which you can tell by all the snails. We need more of these frames and borders. All the way to the back. Large as it goes. I see. Well, that's actually less than helpful. And now we go... Oh. The idea is good, it's just it's too big. It's too much, it's too big, we can't have that. Okay, we need to bring you up a few layers. What? It can't be below the ruling. This is so sad, chat. Why are the rulings not the bottom layers? I so want them to be the bottommost layers. Like, everything would be easier if it was the bottommost ones. Oh, well. Alright, we still need a lot more frames. And we need to get our colors a bit different, you know? Like, we do just a little bit overkill right now. And now we add some stylish asymmetry. Just in case you thought we were gonna be, you know, not. We add some very stylish asymmetry. On that one side. Gets one of them. With, of course, you know the drill. You know where this is going. Now, we get a different snail. No, we do a different snail this time. We do the other type of snail. Oh. Well, then we get a bunch of completely unexpected monkeys. Having a little dance party. Knightly weapons. There we go. And another decorative element across there. Gonna rotate that and make it significantly bigger. And it underneath all of these. And we need still just 2 more of them and 2 more of them. Okay. I need more monkeys too, though. Hang on, this is like a known problem. We need actually several more monkeys. There we are, that's 4. We're at 4 monkeys. Now we do a 5th one in a different color. Beautiful. It's a masterpiece. Well, now we just need, you know, requests. We need to actually finish the main request. Which is sort of an issue. I am very much wasting everyone's time. There we go. Now a couple more of these. I do enjoy just going a little bit extra on the design, you know? Chat! What's not to love? It's a masterpiece! Arthur the Snail, I wish you all the best of luck. The Paw Patrons Guild has decided to gift us a puppy! Oh, yeah! Now we can draw our own Arthur whenever we want. This is important. Look, this is important news. Submit an order with 5 apes. Complete an order with at least 50 sketches. Decorate with a puppy. Oh. Oh. You're so rumbly. It's perfect. Everything's perfect. I need one of them, just because that's a good... Couple of good basic patterns will go a long way for us. And we also need less curved elements. I need kind of more straight-on useful ones, actually. Phenomenal. And let's get more heavenly things, you know. Perfect. Nature. Sticks. Furniture. Furniture is okay. I think I need more of that. Tools and instruments. Oh gosh. Glasses. I gotta have silly glasses all the time, immediately. Weapons. Well, I can now draw stabbing scenes. This is important. And hats. Other stuff. Alright, what have we got in our non-color? Oh, yes. Oh, that's very good. People. Yeah, these are some pretty horrible people. I respect it. Facial details. And fabrics. Curtains and pavilions. And such. There's a lot of things in here. Good God. Like, holy mackerel, there's a lot of things. Yeah. Alright, Kieran, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Aw. That feels like that's gonna go poorly. What awful color does that produce? That was not as awful as it could have been. I have a lot of reddish. Lady Macbeth's red. Also, let's get a better yellow than that, because that was that's a terrible, terrible yellow. It's a beautiful ruddy brown. Let's go yellow and white. A very, very pale yellow mignot. Be careful with that red, you hear it doesn't wash off. True. Mm-hmm. Alright. Let's see who's up next. Joe of Fakes Hunter. I mean... I want all of these. I want to do everything. But, let us see. No more banquets now. No, 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 no. No, we can't. What will future generations think of us? That you were silly and didn't do any bathing. Like, come on. Obviously.
Hello, my dear child. My friends from the army and I were reminiscing about our old expeditions, how we came up with the idea to create the first great bestiary. Johnny still sees and writes quite well, but we have no one who can paint. Will you illustrate our bestiary?
It would be an honor. I would love to draw some exotic animals, although I've never seen one.
No problem. We've gathered our knowledge and have a detailed description. Let's start with a great African beast. It has legs like oaks, a nose like a branch, 2 large teeth, and 2 fans instead of ears. And it is so big that people build towers on its back. Try your best. All the animals you'll paint for us will end up on one parchment.
Alright, chat. Alright, chat, we need, you know what we're drawing? You know what we're drawing? And I need to emphasize, like, there's some goodies. Oh, there's some good options in here. We could do that. We could do that. We could do that. We could certainly do that. It looks so sad. Could do that. We could do that. I have additional questions. That looks shockingly elephant-like. That looks shockingly actually elephant-like. We could do that to really make sure that there's nothing that looks like it. Okay. No, hang on, chat. I found it. We're doing that. How do I want to do that? Hmm. Well, if we start with an egg... Hear me out. We start with an egg. And actually, what we really start with is that we start with tile work. So, we take this down here. We select a good proper reddish color for it. Beautiful. And then we go copy, 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 copy. We do that. Hang on, let's move the egg out of the way for a moment. We gotta work from the back layer and work our way up, you know? There we go, copy. Copy. Okay. We have a frame. Now. Eyes. Chat, I have terrible news. All of our eyes are way too, normal. Perfect. We've solved that problem. Animals and weird beasts. What can we do? What have we got here? In our bits and bobs and parts. Or animal parts. Let's look at animal parts. Okay, we could use a monkey's arm and then just cover over it. That looks promising. We need that bit. Because that gives us a little thing. We need... That actually puts us in pretty good shape on parts, because that solves our task. We could use one of these. I don't love either of them, so let's take a look at what else we can do for tasks. Quills. Or Scriptorium knives. But that's not colorable. I need a free colorable version. If we had one of these trumpets, that would help us with the end of the trunk. Because I basically just need, like... Those are almost promising. Those aren't enough, right? That's my problem, is that those aren't enough. That might work. You did see a tusk fang thing in elephant parts? Or in animal parts? So those are tails. Those are ears. Those are also ears. Those are rabbit ears. We'll pick that up too. There it is. Alright. That gives us a good start. We need a second segment of this before we can actually move on into the... Or we can truly commit to... Nope. Bigger. Get into the back layer. Alright. There we go. Now. Okay, that's now way too big. That's okay, that's fixable. Beautiful. Musical instruments. Trumpet. Get behind that and rotate. It's close. And now we go back into animal parts. And we go big old tusk. Big old tusk. Much bigger. And we go around. Actually, in fact, this is tipped up. So we do that, and then we duplicate that, and then that's that, and there's that. Okay, that's good, except I need more... I need more headspace. Beautiful. Eyes. Individual eyes. Wait, there's a game for drawing your own medieval illuminations. It came out earlier this week. This is Scriptorium, Master of Manuscripts. Game is very good. Now, I don't have legs. Chad, I don't have legs. Please hold. I mean, frankly, I kind of just need trumpets. Yeah, you know, because the problem is, right, let's look at our, if we look at our reference image, I mean, that's just fully sploots. Those aren't real, those are just sploots. So... let's go to our nature section. I don't have a lot of good options here. So the idea is good here. But the execution is going to be really a pain in the ass. So that won't work. Wait. Chat, I'm a genius. Feet! We also do need to go into our regular nature to pull this. And that goes down below that part of the layer. Then we go to copy. Beats. Copy. Beats. Copy. Beats. We've given it feats! What sounds like elephant ramen? Incredible. Now. I need more stuff from nature. But I don't need more stuff from nature. I need more stuff from... using castle towers as... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, chat, we're cooking. It did look like a giant ramen bowl. No, I'm right there with you. I see the vision. And then we go rotate. And we go rotate a little bit more. And we ignore the gigantic egg. And there's its tail. There's its tail. I need ears. I don't have ears yet. I mean, these are very fan-shaped. Sketch shop, save me. Everyday furniture? Food? No. Everyday objects? Fans? Fans. Fabriques? Fabriques might work. If all else fails, fabrics will work. Let's see, do you have custom things? No, you don't have special custom things. You make me so sad. But this is kind of great. This is kind of perfect. I'm really pleased with how this is coming together. We just have to figure out... We just have to figure out the problems of... What do its ears want to be? Got cool glasses. Let's not have cool glasses. We also need various architectural elements. Furniture, nope. Food, nope. Nature, nope. Heaven, promising, but nope. Hello, Peter. You don't need to apologize for not being here for as much recently. I'm glad you're here now. We are just hanging out having a very good time. We cannot trim things like that. I wish we could. It would make our job easier. But we can't. So... we're trying to figure it out. Right? Exactly. We're just doing it. We're just doing out of little bits of components, and we got to make do with whatever we got. And whatever we got right now includes a scaly snake. Like, it's okay. It's not right, though. We can do better. We gotta be able to do better. Let's try that. Let's try that one. If that doesn't work, what do we have for, like, fan-shaped accessories? It's odd, because it's like, we got body parts, but we don't have... Like, we got everyday objects, but none of those are helpful. Book, brush. Like, we don't have a fan. And none of those wings are helpful. None of those other things are helpful. So... I don't really have good options here. The reference image is also recognizable. We're just doing that. We have the power. Maybe. We're working towards having the power. It's not splayed enough for my taste. I think the other, that elephant has because mine clearly, I mean, mine has one thought and it's pure panic. Which is one more thought, I will give it to you, that is one more thought than the other elephant has, than the reference image has. But that's about as good as we're gonna get, I think. So now let's go in here and see if we can't get some of our random, like, lines or blocks or things. Because I need just, like, lines. In colors. Green! Also green! Whoop, that's the egg. Don't move the egg. We're actually strapping it on. Look, we do nothing if we do not commit. So yes, we're actually going to do the straps. After all, the reference image has them. We can't possibly lose to the reference image. True, most of them absolutely do not have them on. But this one does. Yeah, this is from Matthew Paris, I believe. I believe that's Matthew Paris's elephant. Uh, Actually, his might even be more accurate. Yeah, his is even more. Matthew Paris's is even more. Actually, looks like an elephant than this one. What is this? Where is this one? Does it happen to say? Westminster Abbey Bestiary is where this particular one is from. You just found an article on how medieval artists saw elephants. Delightful. You'll love to see it. Aw. Man. I take back my love to see it. You tolerate to see it. Make it even scarier. It's not supposed to be scary. Okay, maybe it is supposed to be a little bit scary. As I'm saying that, I'm realizing maybe actually yes, that is correct. I was like, it's not supposed to be scary, and I was like, well, no, actually, well, maybe. I think it looks great though. I think that looks awesome. Again, let's compare it to our reference image. Well, we're missing the second layer and the doors and the other everyone in armor. We got pretty much the rest of the features. We got the big old sprudy feet, and we got the trunk, and we got the extremely distressed, thoughtless eye, and we've got the straps, and we got the concept. Hi, Karabachi. So, I think it's looking real good. I think it looks real good. Try to make it even scarier, how dare you. It's perfect. You would slice it up, no, how dare you. It's perfect, though. It's not just a little guy. Alright, Wolfie, thank you so much for hanging out. We appreciate it, so... Have a good night, friend. Aw, now we just get an actual elephant. And elephant bits. Look, this is what they were asking us to do. We have such a more elephant-like elephant than that. We did so much better. Hey. Yay, we get a decoration. Oh. Vampire the cats. I have no money. I have actually none money. Oh dear. Oh dear. We have... Problems, then. I guess... Take thy longest quill and draw a beast? A long beast. Okay, but hear me out. This clearly will not help my long beast. Hello again, you icons.
We're delighted with your great African beast. Let's move on to the next animal. Oh, an exceptionally long beast, also from the south. It's twice as long as a knight's lance.
A very long beast indeed. And what else?
It has a spotted body, a long tongue, and horns. Unfortunately, we're not sure it has legs. Only Dobromir, who has always had trouble with his eyes, has seen this beast. Yeah, I'll leave it to you, make it interesting.
Alright, well, we need another reference image, chat. Oh, this is very good. Oh, we're so not ready for this. Chat, how much of, how, scale of 1 to 10, what would you guess the medieval depiction of a giraffe is? A 4? Pi. Pi's pretty good. Honestly, no, Pi's pretty close.
Look at it!
That's a clown llama. That is a sort of clown llama. That is a very good description. We're going to use this as a reference image this time. Because duh. Like the one with the squiggly neck? Where's the one with the squiggly neck? That one? That one? I mean, that one's late enough that like they actually saw a thing. Oh. Hang on, chat. This one's also very good. Okay, well, I hate to say it. 13th century Arabic manuscripts going crazy. I don't hate to say it. I love to say it. Look at that. That's magnificent. I love the complete screw you to the frame and to the page. That's just like, it's too tall. Alright, so here's the play. We're going to use both of these. And I don't know, did OBS completely obliterate that? Oh yeah. There we go. It's so tall. And I need to zoom out on this, because I'm like way too zoomed in. There we go. Let's try that again. We're going to use both of these. Okay? So, we need to find this guy again. Where's my other? We're going to use the coloration of this one, but we're going to make it the shape of this one. Okay? So we get Clown Llama, but tall. Honestly, if you told me that there was a donkey-like animal with a neck as big as a tree and spots on its fur with spindly legs, and then there was a horse with a horn, the horse with the horn sounds more believable. Yup. Yup. Tall clown llama. Tall clown llama, let's go! So, we do need to cover it with the frame, which means we need frames and borders. Actually, it lets us use this as frames and borders, right? Awesome. Can we just use backgrounds then? Wait, can we use oh, yes, we can just use backgrounds. Rad. Because then we just send this all the way to the back. And then we go into our colors. We say that that needs to be... I need a different green. Okay, no, we make it yellow. We make it yellow. Perfect. We've nailed it. Voila. Now, we start off with our nature. And that we need this. We need this to be smaller, but we need this. Beautiful. Boop. Now we need trees. And we need them to be very spindly. Which means we need a lot of, like, this tree. Which means actually I need to be swapped into goblin green. And then we go shrink. And then we go copy. And we're just gonna mirror that real quick. And then we're just gonna mirror that real quick again. And then we'll do that one more time. Whip. And then we do it one more time, just really for fun. Send that to the back. Beautiful. Also green. I need different greens. I need to do some different things. I need to mix some different greens, because I don't need pinkish red right now. I don't need Lady Macbeth's red right now. No, that's not true. I need a red right now. Which red do I need right now? I need orange right now. I don't actually need red. Cool. I need heather purple. I need bear brown. I need a... We'll keep that green. We don't need red at the stake. And we may need gray yet. Okay, so we can get 3 new colors. We need one of them to be a green. But I don't have a good... I don't have an awesome way to make green. Like, I can kind of just make green green. Because that makes a very like Uncle Green. Let's just try this. Let's try this. Make sure we haven't done that yet. Nope, that makes a red. Okay. Then we're gonna have to just commit to a, like, Uncle Green. We're gonna have to just commit to that. Fine. Green. And then we need a orange. Which, what if we did this and yellow? Perfect. Got it on the first try. You love to see it. And then... And then... what if we make it a super, like, shiny, glittery... what if we made shiny, glittery red for fruit on the trees? You know, class it up a bit. Okay. So there we go. There's that. Perfect. Thank you. Now we go back to nature. And we'll start with one of these, though in the pale green. Actually, let's make this true to life. We'll start there. And then we go put that in a layer behind. And now we start grabbing, well, let's grab the color correctly on this, please. Whoop. And then we mirror you. And we mirror you. And then we shrink you down and we spin you around. And we mirror you. Nope. And we mirror you. Okay, we spun you around a bit too far. Then we send you back a couple rows and we spin you the other way. And then we get another big one. We get a little one up there. Fine. And then we get a bigger one. We grab this and we duplicate it. And that runs just fully off the... that just runs off the entire thing. Like, we are sending that more to the back, and we are rotating that. But it's going to run off the page. And, frankly, we're going to do this as well. We're going to send it back. We're going to go bigger. And all that's going to get cut off on the page. Like... masking is not available in this order. Well, then we're going to need to complete this. We're going to make sure that this actually gets completed. Way up here. Alright, how does that compare to that? That's looking pretty good. We do kind of want to make sure that we have at least one branch that goes way off. And then curls, nope. Heads off this way and curls upwards. And then we have individual leaves. And actually, we can take these leaves. I don't think we have like just like fruits in our glittery, shiny, beautiful. Well, we can use these. We can use these. Look at that. This is exactly how it was described to me, except, you know, none of the actual thing. You know how it is.
Now,
all of this is just to emulate that. Now we have to actually make the thing. So let's start up top. We really need, do I not have, like, donkey's head parts? What am I doing? What am I doing out here that I don't have donkey parts for a giraffe? Like, I just need its head. I don't need... Hmm. Why don't I have generic head shape? Because that's body shape, that's body shape, that's body shape. Those are legs, those are legs. Those are beaks. Like, where's her face? Where's our face of a donkey? When we need it. Well, we definitely need one of those. So, let's not overthink that part. In fact, we actually instead need some of that too. And that. Bottom left of the previous... I mean, these are full heads. Which will work. It'll work, it's just not quite what I wanted. You know? I wanted more customizable bits. And we need... Hang on. What's our clown color? We need our orange for this. Orange. Because, like, that's fine. This is fine. Gosh, it is just barely on screen there. It's beautiful. Perfect. And we can use the monkeys. We do a layer there. We can actually do this. Bigger, bigger. Actually rotate it way farther. That follows this. We send it down a layer. And then we say, I don't like that very much, and we scooch it all very, very slightly this way. Okay. Okay. Except, I've got a problem. That's green. That's extremely green. As is this. Alright. You gotta go file taxes. That makes sense. Go perform your obligations to society. It's been lovely to have you here. And then we go this way, and we go up. Go this way, and we go up. Actually, we go... nope, we don't go bigger. We don't need to go bigger. Okay, we've got that. Now we need really spindly legs. Like, we can do this for a back leg. And be okay. We can do that for a front leg and be okay. Right, we can do that for two of the legs. And we can do Shrink this down and spin it around for a tail. Spin it around the other way, I should say. It's not awesome, but it worked. Well, no, you know? We delete that, and we do this instead. Tail. And it needs, what, devil horns? It needs devil horns. For reasons. Don't worry about it. Okay, but like, didn't I have like regular horns? That were with the hell mouth? Like, didn't I have horns? I guess not. I guess we need to do this now. Fine. I'll buy myself a horn. Be that way. Are you able to lock? Yes, I am able to lock elements in place. I should do that. Thank you for the reminder. Oh gosh, I literally can't put them on the thing here. Oh good. Once they're on the page, I can move them off the page. Okay, now I need just like the spindliest freaking thing. Wait. Hold. And then if I can do something to just blend it a little bit so that it's like, hey, that's... Surely you can see that that is a... joint. And not a problem. Maybe I just use a background one, actually. Hang on. Let me cook. Eat. Bip. No. Not that one, not that one. This one. Nope. That's not gonna work. That doesn't have enough line art. Oh! I know what I can do. I know exactly what I can do. Hang on. I take this and I duplicate it. And it goes there, but it goes down a layer, so that when this goes down a layer, it's like, hey, that's... Okay, I do need to unlock this because it's not in the right spot, but then I do need to lock it again. Oh. Maybe it's just too big. Maybe I just need to make it like one tick smaller, actually. Just like in general. There we go. Now we lock it in place. Okay. It's not that, though. Then we go back to our nature. We go back to our super spindly guy. Ooh. It's so big. And we flip that. And then we shrink it down. And then we shrink it down some more. And then we do some layer magic. And then we just need what we're going to use for hooves. And this needs to be rotated. I think it needs to be flipped vertically and then also rotated. Okay. Hooves. What wishes to be a hoof today? Like, I could just do legs, but like, that doesn't feel right. Human feet. You'll never notice it. Maybe we can cover it with spots? I think we can cover it with spots. But first, color. Ah! I have a third one now. It has 3 torsos, chat! Purple. And... well, we'll go underside there, and then this is going to be purple. And then that's going to be purple. And then that's going to be... nope. That's going to be purple. And that's going to be purple. And then all of this needs to be brown. So chat, we've nailed the coloration. It's perfect. Look at it. Wow. Now we just have to figure out the spots. Which I wonder if we can do this and just shrink it down really small. Nope, that still is too big. Fine. Okay. What if we did this? Can we do this and just make it really small? Nope, that's as small as that gets. Okay, fine. Hear me out. Really tiny snails. Tell me those don't look like spots. I guess that's where Snarther went. See? It all comes together. We could do eggs. Actually, eggs are still a little bit big. We could do ears. We could do tiny, tiny ears instead of snails, if people prefer. I guess it's a both and instead of an either or. Okay, no, the ears are better. The ears are better than the snails. Sneak them into the branches, chat, don't worry. Just don't look closely. Just don't look closely at the fact that those are ears. And it'll be fine. Okay? I've got an eye on you. Because yeah, otherwise everything's too... I guess we could also do those. Actually spot flavored. Will not produce accidental body horror. Okay, will not produce entirely intentional body horror. We also apparently don't have enough animal parts yet. Which means we're going to populate this with some other animals. Like birds. We need to put birds in the trees. And I need parts, though. So I do need to be a little careful. Give me parts of things. But I don't need more parts of things because I've already nailed it. This is already a perfect giraffe. and I have no idea what it's talking about that's criticizing me in any way, shape, or form. It's sneaking up on them, chat. It's getting sneaked up upon. Maybe even more horns? No. Oh, actually, we can pull these above the frame. Wait, hang on. We can pull these above the frame. Be like, wow, look at them. They're decorative. Decorative snails. Nay. Nay. Alright, chat, let's see how we did. We seem to have all the extra wishes. So, reference art part the first. How was our coloration? We have an orange head with a green neck and a purple body and brown rear quarters with brown speckles all over the guy. I mean, that sure is a clown llama. Part the second, though, is our posing with the trees and the birds and the giraffes sitting way above the frame, just hanging out having a good time. And I mean, we've got birds, and we've got trees, and we've got a giraffe standing way above the frame having a good time. Chad, I think we killed it. Readers of our bestiary will be blown away. The fact that you added bits that made it worse is not my problem, though. Yeah, we get giraffe. Well, no, we got more elephant bits. Well, that's not helpful. Who wants more elephant bits? Oh, we didn't get its tongue. But that's fine. It doesn't seem to actually have its tongue out in any of the reference that we used. So, yeah. Yeah. Yay! Submit an order with 5 sketches from the mystery box. Learn 15 new sketches from Boruta during one day. Well, we're not doing either of those today. And we have lost our shiny. We have lost our shinying. Tragic. This is so oh. That is neon. That is truly, genuinely neon. Wowza. I don't have enough money for more flowers, though. Well, let's see what we need once we get into the thing. Figure out what color red we actually want, and then go from there. You know, let's take our day quietly. I dream of a fountain. Uh-huh. Why do I always have to ask? No, I recently used a fountain at work. Perfect. Just the right depth, roomy cave, waterfall, and a sweet cuteling with a tail spitting water, and those eyes. Don't delay, I have to deliver the design to construction workers tomorrow. Okie doke. All elements must be connected to form a water grotto. Well, this is just so cozy. You know? It's just so pleasant and so chill to be like, ah yes, let us go here and just make stuff. You know, just go make stuff. In fact, let's actually go over here, and over here, and over here. So that way our waterfall can run over this way. Big. Also big. And a water effect. And then we have a lake, and we have more of a lake. We have even more of a lake. With fish. 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 Well, we could just do... We could do this. Then we could do this up top side. To disguise the ends of our material. But you know, when in doubt, just Aquarius it. If we just act like there's a thing up top that is just literally spilling the water. Nay. This goes down a layer. Goes down another layer. Or two. I don't even know what you are, but we'll put you there. And we have a decorative guy. Close enough. Look. Decency inspiring strategic leaves. They're a time-honored tradition. They worked then, they work now. Don't ruin my design. With your existence. And we mirror that, and it goes down, 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 down. And that I just fully don't want to exist. No, get that away. Get that away too. See? And there's another thing in there, isn't there? There we go. Perfect. It's finished. There we go. Thank you, bye. 125 gold for, that. For that. A hot air balloon with rats. Oh my goodness, chat. Alright, let's do one more today. And then I think we'll be done. Let us do this. Hey, I'm so glad I found you. I have a huge request. Of course, how can I help you? It's about my sister, Iron Lily. I want her to be more confident in herself. She's one of the funniest people I know, a sensitive person and with the potential to be a great warrior. Sensitive, great warrior, you say? Like yourself? No, Maya, am I really that amazing in your eyes? That's so sweet of you. Can you create a picture of my sister where she looks like a powerful knight? Perhaps when she sees it, she'll start to picture herself as the mighty warrior she is. Consider it done. Also, my sister likes to spend time in nature, so maybe you can set the scene outdoors? You pick a nice outfit. Aw, there's so many good outfit bits, though. There's so many good ones. Well, that's just your hat. Wait, hang on a sec. Wait, hang on, that's just your hat. Gotta give her a different hat than what you're wearing. Like, it just wouldn't be right. That wouldn't be doing something interesting. That would just be making her, you, but again. I mean, she looks a lot like you. But doesn't mean we have to, like, completely commit to the aesthetic, you know? There we go, there we go. And cool gloves. Cool black gloves so you can be evil. Everyone knows that's how that works. Full black armor. Prove how cool and evil you are. And then actually, let's gloss this up a bit. Let's gloss this up a bit. We got oomph. Chicken yellow, King Duncan's red. Let's get a new thing there. What if we mixed brown and more brown? You get red fox, which is a very interesting color. Fair brown and purple. Oh, that's on black. How did that create green? How did that create green? Ew. Well, that's really lovely. An alternate black? Oh, it made evil green. Made evil green. Tragic. Yes, hello, Winter. Hello, you're quite upset. Oh no, what's going on? Alright, so we're going to turn that very, very pale green, because I think that will look delightful. And now we can give you a bow. Because having a bow is always good. And, knights wear alternate helmets. Nah. Ooh, a sweet belt. I'm always pro belts. There we go. And... no. I like that. I like that a lot. And then you don't need... the presence of a weapon at your side will be sufficient. There we go. Well. There we go. This one's instead of black too. Let's make this lighter black. You know, we'll temper the blackness a little bit. Make it so we're only mostly evil. You know the drill. Aww. No. I hate when it does that. When games do that. You need a different color thing. Hang on. Let's get you pale yellow. There you go. Now that shows up. Okay. Now we need to put you outside in nature somehow. Everyone wants to be outside in nature. Hi, buddy. Yes, am I neglecting you? Is that the problem? Are you getting neglected? Yeah. Are you... oh, look at that yawn. Hey, bud. There you go. I'm not neglecting you. Yeah. So you're looking like I need to escape, but you're also purring. So like, pick one. Pick one, buddy. Mwah. He is such a big baby. Let me be very clear on that. He's absolutely baby. Uh-huh. There we go. Hang on, you get wings. Because you're just so cool. Is this blasphemous? Maybe. Is that going to stop me? Definitely not. Where's the... I don't have a halo. Honestly. And we can go, backgrounds. Lovely, lovely. Anaki purple. Just rotate it. And it goes big. This goes big. And it goes all the way to the back. There's a background after all. You know? It's not called a front ground. Yay! It's finished. sure Iron Lily will start to believe herself more after she sees this. You captured her perfectly. And the nature composition looks so real. Sure it does. I put a lot of work into my floors. I did not put a lot of work into the trees on that one. Hi, don't scratch my thing, okay? Oh hey, I'm still on. I am just about to wrap up. Welcome back, though. That was going to be our last one for today, because, like, we've been going for 4.5 hours, and that's about it. So, and thank you, Ariadne Spider, for the follow 4 minutes ago. That's very cool of you. So, we'll definitely be playing more of this. I think we'll mostly be playing this as a We Need Cozy. When we need... Oh. We'll be playing this when we need cozy, quiet time games. Because, you know, we always need those. Especially since right now things are going to be a little bit chaotic in terms of schedule. So there will be no streams next weekend, because I will be traveling again. So we will see if I have oomph to do an evening stream. Sorry, Europeans, but, like, it's what I got. Kind of in the next couple weeks. Otherwise, we'll be back the weekend after next. Hi, buddy. What was that about? Why are we freaking out? You're fine. You're so fine. You want to say hi to me, and you yell at me to pay attention to you, and then I do that, and you yell at me, and then you squirm. Yeah. Mwah. Winter. His name is Winter. And he's a big old baby. Say hi to the camera, Winter. Oh. He's... So. Yes, thank you. So yeah, if you're not in the Discord yet, do make sure that you join that, so that way you can be notified when I figure out what I'm doing, because, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. We'll figure it out. It'll be fine. But yeah, that does it for us here. So, if you're on the YouTube side, we'll see you again next time. Thanks for watching the VOD. Or thanks for sitting and lurking during live chat. And we will see you all again real soon. If you're on Twitch side, we're going to counter raid, you know, Lily raided us a couple days ago, so we're going to raid back over there. Lily is just, you know, one of my absolute favorite people on this Twitch.Tuvalu. Fun fact, it's Twitch.Tuvalu, not Twitch.Television. It was real sweet. It's checking out some demos of some RPGs, so just having a nice casual time. Should be a good time, so we'll go wave over that way. And yeah, we'll roll the credits, get on over there. And yeah, we will see you all again as soon as I figure out what that is, okay? Okay. Bye-bye! And of course, special thanks to our patrons who make this all possible. Their names are on the side of the screen over there, and you can join them by going to patreon.com/LudoHistory. Also, thank you to Ariadne Spider and Starrock, or thank you to my credits for restarting randomly. Thank you to both of you for the follows, and thank you to Jaren for the resub, Peter for hanging out, and Tobias Weatherburn VA for the raid. It is super appreciated, everyone. I hope you all have a good rest of your weekends. And yeah, I'll see you again real soon. Bye-bye.